Happy Friday! Hello, hello, everybody. How is it going? How's it going? Oh, man, I needed the weekend really bad. These last 2 weeks have been really, really busy for me. I logged off work, and I just kind of sat there for a second, and I said, about dang time. Holy smokes. I played 2 games of Valorant right after work. Won both of them, halfway to being back to plat. Halfway up gold 3. Not bad, not bad. So the weekend's off to a good start. I've got a really busy weekend. I've got a pretty busy weekend. My friend is coming to visit from out of town. Not just to visit me, so we're only grabbing lunch, but that'll be exciting. I haven't seen her. Ooh, it's been a long time. 2023, 2024. Yeah, it's been a minute. And then I left my Sunday kind of open, but it might end up being yard work day since I don't want to say like busy Saturday. I mean, I am busy, but it's with fun stuff. But I won't have time to do the yard work. So I think Sunday I'll make yard work day. But we're back on Ace Attorney today. We're back on Ace Attorney. It feels weird. Not really, but it feels wrong to go up against Godot in the courtroom with all of his fancy coffee blends and be drinking out of a Keurig. But I don't have any fresh beans right now, and I'm just too lazy to go to the store. That's tomorrow or Sunday's problem. For right now, I will simply drink the Keurig coffee. I don't hate Keurig coffee. It obviously depends on the kind you get. This is just from like a local grocery store. I don't know if it's like an off-brand or something. If I'm being honest, it's not the best. But that is the drink tonight. It's like a medium roast. It's like a Dunkin' Donuts knockoff, kinda. I got it. I got 36 pods for like $11. So if that tells you the quality of it, you know, that's what we're dealing with. But it beats going to the store because I don't want to go to the store. So maybe if I go to a coffee shop in the morning tomorrow, I'll pick up some of their beans. There are a couple coffee shops that I really like their beans, but they only have them sometimes. So I can only get them sometimes. So usually, like over the weekend, I go and I stop at a coffee shop and I get the beans. And if they don't have the beans at the coffee shop I'm at, then I go to a local store by me and they also have their own beans. Although I don't like their beans as much as I like these kind of other few. But I'm not willing to hop around to 4 different shops to try and get a thing of beans that I want. So it's one and done. If it's not at the shop that I'm at over the weekend, then I go to the local shop and I just kind of put my own. I put my own in this. It's like a brown paper bag like you'd pack for a school lunch. I don't know if people still use those. Do people still use those? Does anyone remember? Okay, so when I was in school, we had the brown paper bags for, you know, you'd bring your lunch in the brown paper bag. And I never see anyone, like when I work remote now, but I never saw anyone when I worked in the office use the brown paper bag. Was that a school only thing? And I never used it after college. I never bought them for myself. And now that I think about it, I've never seen them in the store. So where did my parents find them? What happened to those? Okay, I've got my homework over the weekend. I've got to figure this out. I will report back. I will report back on what happened to the brown paper bags. Shoot, man, I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about it. I'm going to Google this now. I'm going to Google it now, but I'm not going to look too far into it. Do people still use the brown paper bags from when I would... I don't know. This isn't going to work. From when I would pack my school lunch. Oh, here we go. r/parenting. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. What was the deal with them? I guess like a lot of people have like their own insulated lunch boxes, right? I usually didn't. I liked the brown paper bag, which honestly usually did the job for me. I never had any complaints. Looking back on it though, it's probably not very environmentally friendly, so it makes sense if we did start to phase them out. Because I don't think they could be recycled. So not a bad idea if we stopped using them. I don't know. I don't know why I'm sitting here yapping about paper bags for 7 minutes. but alas, here we are. Here we are. Well, today, even though it's not a back-to-back, we're picking back up with Ace Attorney. And just to give you a little insight into the story thus far, it's a little confusing. I'm a little confused, and I feel like I'll forget things in this recap. However, there was originally a robbery of Mask Damask, where Mask Damask came in and stole the sacred urn. The real sacred urn, not a phony. Ron Delight here turned himself in. He said, "I'm Mask Damask, lock me up." And everyone was thinking, well, why would you do that, Ron Delight? However, once we figure out in court that the real Mask Damask is Luke Atme, we start to wonder, okay, what's Ron up to? And then it's discovered that the CEO of his former company, Kane Bullard, was murdered the same night the sacred urn was stolen. Ron Delight, trying to claim that he was Mask Damask, well, that would have given him an alibi to not be at the scene of the more severe crime, which we know he at least found the body of. But that is all we know. Ron is still claiming to be Mask Damask, but I don't think you can deny that he was at the scene of the crime with the information that we have currently. How all of this is going to play out, I have no idea. Larry's also here. He's back, and he works for good old Wendy Oldbag. That's about where we left off. I'm late. Not really. We spent the first 7 minutes of stream talking about brown paper bags. And we only just started. The dastardly Larry. Dastardly indeed. And quite irresponsible. But we closed the last part of the stream. Hi, Hollow, by the way. How's it going? You caught me mid-recap. We ended the last part of the stream talking to Ron about the blackmail letter. And I don't really remember what he said. This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? We learned that the person in this photo here is also Ron Delight. and his security guard days. Just a few days after the Tears of Emanon heist, that first letter, it said, "I know you did it." So someone found out about your true identity, just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. "I've got proof that it was you, so give up," it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Hang on a second, what do you mean you had to give it up? Don't worry, after I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me 10 grand, how convenient. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. That's right. That's right. Someone knew that Ron was masked a mask and was using him to do his bidding. I'm drawing the Magatama in Tomodachi Life right now. I really struggle to draw in Tomodachi Life. It's really hard to use the joysticks. I think you can use the touchscreen, which doesn't help me too much either, if I'm being honest. But I tried to draw a few things. It doesn't go over very well. Although my Phoenix Wright is impeccable. It is uncanny. They look identical. Why was Ron fired? Oh, and that's right. He didn't tell his wife that he was fired. Because he wanted to keep up with her spending habits. Okay, this is all checking out. Using the touchscreen. I used to draw on my phone as a kid, so it's not too foreign to me. Okay, that's fair. You have some experience. I'll say I draw on an iPad, but I'm a little afraid to use a stylus on the Switch touchscreen because I don't want to ruin it. I started getting the plans in the mail. And then Maya goes, "Plans?" And then that's it. So I wonder where we're supposed to go from here. It seems like from all the evidence we have, we're just about back in the courtroom. I don't think they will let us do anything in here. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. They make styluses for the Switch, but generic brand ones work too. I'm just too cheap to buy something like that. Do you think I could use my Apple Pencil and not scratch the screen? That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of scratching the screen. Oh, Pearl. How nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's take a look around one more time. One more time. Oh, wait. She won't let us... Okay, hang on a second. I forgot we had a psych lock here. Do you know anything about the sacred urn? Who, me? Mr. Light brought the urn back, but it's a little different from the urn I remember. And then that's where the psych locks come in. But the urn that Pearl brought back from Keurig Village is the right one. What if I present the Magatama here? Take that! Let's see if we've got the... I don't know if we have the evidence yet or if we need to poke around this room a little bit first, but... Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today, it's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's, true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Well, I do, because Pearl took it back to the village to have it examined, and it came back as genuine. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Keurig Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again? Did you say again, Adrian? Adrian. Yes, it was broken once a year ago. Oh, I thought Adrian dropped it or something. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. Oh, maybe she did drop it. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? That's exactly what I'm saying. And why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? I want to say it's because of the paint. Can I just present this again? I'm going to present it again because it has the paint marks, which were not on there before. And also, didn't it say I am earlier rather than Ami because Pearl put it together the wrong way? No. Why do you think it was broken recently again? Sorry, but that's not a valid explanation. Okay. Oh, Phoenix is... I'm not willing to yield to you on this point. Get a grip, please. Now I'll ask you one more time, Mr. Wright. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? I don't think I do know. So give me 5 minutes and I'll be back, Adrian. Give me a second. You have the old photo. Oh, yeah. You know, they could have put it together a little bit better. All right, Adrian. This was quicker than I thought. They could have put it together a little bit better when they put it on the exhibit, but I guess it's fine. Adrian, that was a false alarm. I do have the evidence ready. Boom, boom. Pearl was 8 years old. She was the one who fixed it. I mean, yeah, but did no one notice? Like, you know, I'll say, though, I'll give it to Pearl. It adds to the charm. It adds the Faye family touch. You know what I mean? Here we go. How do you know it was broken recently? Take a look at the photo. There we go. This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster. The poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Oh! Oh no, there's still one more cyclock. I thought that was it. What does that even mean, I am? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. I didn't say you did. Well, I said you did, but Phoenix didn't. Yeah, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last cyclock so easily. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Yes, but I don't know if it'll count if I present this without having inspected the pink paint. It's not going to count. Dang it. Okay. All right. Now there's a little bit of evidence that we have to go searching for. Just a little bit. No, no, I don't. Let's see. Slide over and examine. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this pink paint mark. The bottom left of it is shaped oddly and it's shockingly pink. This is the same color as the paint splotches on the urn. So then the question is, what's the cause of the odd shape? Let's look around here more carefully, Mr. Nick. I feel like the cause might be the statue, right? If there's this... I mean, it looks like it matches, right? Where the paint doesn't hit here, but I don't know what the back of this statue looks like. The statue wasn't where it was now when we first came here. It was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Mask Damask. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn. Hello, Caleb. Welcome in. Happy Friday. How's it going? Okay, so we've got to search a couple more things. It says Organi. It says Organize. We've done all of this before, so what would have changed that we can now look at? Looks like the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn. Remember, Maya, Ms. Andrews said we're not allowed in there. Interesting. Well, what here? Oh, there's something about the box that's bothering me. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too, and it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. All right, let's investigate again, Nick. A wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains on it. This is what we were looking for our friend Miss Adrian Andrews here. Doom. Ba-boom. We're gonna have to go through the whole thing again. We are. We are. Any evidence that it was genuine? Yes. Pearl went and took it to it. And now, as if I can read your mind, you're gonna ask, how do you know that it was broken again? And to that I say, take a look at this again. The treasure exhibit poster. I'm reading your mind, and now you're gonna say, well, there was no proof that it was broken here. I must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? The urn box. Well, Ms. Andrews, what is this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. A lot of them. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box, and that's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here too. So can you prove that? Aha! It wasn't the statue that was making the mark in the paint in the floor. It was the box. Can you prove that the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? I can. Maybe. Do I have this as evidence? I thought I did. Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Touché! Touché, Ms. Andrews. I thought that I had it as part of evidence. The paint splotch. I guess I could present this. But it actually looks like the mark is already there. So maybe this was from the statue. In which case, can you prove the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Yeah. Can't I? Because Mask Damask was holding it. I would think. I'm gonna use this. No, and it didn't work. Oh no. Okay. Maybe I need to investigate the warehouse some more? This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. Can you prove it? Maybe I can't. You know, I really thought that the paint mark was going to be my claim to fame here, but it's not looking like it. All right, fine. You win this one, Adrian. And this is the hardest 2 Cyclocks I've ever had to unlock. I've got to present like 6 pieces of evidence for this. All right. Let's go back to looking. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief, but that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm gonna take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. Let's see. What would prove that this was dropped in the warehouse? The camera and computer that Detective Atme set up. And yet he still let it take a picture of him. I guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be. The camera belonged to Lordly Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. So then why would Atme, or Mask Damask, allow that to happen? I don't know. I don't know. Dun-dun-dun-dun. It looks like a part of a big signal, signboard. All I can read on it is the burr. Hamburger, spaghetti. There's got to be something that we're missing. What would prove that the urn was dropped here, though? Do a little slide. There's nothing here. We can inspect this again. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. Could it be that this odd shape is... I'm pretty sure this is... Okay, so what is the box? That's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Looks like it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Now we get it to our inventory. Paint marks added to the Keurig. I thought we already had it. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Oh, Adrian! I'm back! You may have fooled me once, fooled me twice, fooled me 3 times, but the 4th time, I'm back for vengeance. Yeah. We get all this. We've done this part. Here's the urn. Yeah. And why do you think it was broken recently? Because in the promotion picture, it's spelled differently. Now it's Ami. Before it was I am. Take that! Alright. Move along, Adrian. Do you have any proof that it was broken at Lordly Taylor? Yes, I do. Because it's in this box that has the same paint marks on it. And finally, can you prove that the box was dropped here in the warehouse? We have it now in our evidence. Here we go. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of the paint stain. And am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Right. Ba-dum. Finally, holy smokes. Adrian, you put up quite the fight. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Oh no, Adrian, it's okay. It's okay. It was an accident. I hope. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? There's someone else in this group who broke that same urn and tried to hide it. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. New Adrian Andrews facial expression just dropped. Pearl and Adrian, they could be friends. They could be friends. I feel like all the side characters would get along quite well. Not every dynamic would be normal, but I think they'd all get along. For, well, most of them. Looking at you, old bag. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was gonna stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. Oh no! The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. The music is really funny. And let out a huge scream. Ah! I can totally see how that could have happened. As clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Keurig Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I mean, really, Adrian kind of did us a favor. You know, she kind of put it back together the right way. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls. Poor Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. Sacred urn updated in the court record. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. Kept out of sight. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Ami face statue, huh? The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. So who moved it, Adrian or Mask? But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Anders? I don't know anything about that. I don't know if I can trust you right now. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? All right, fair. Well, then who was it? Who would have done that, and then why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? And it was also moved, I will remind you, not that it's prevalent now, but it might become prevalent. It was moved prior to Mask Damask taking the urn. I don't know if that'll come up, but it's an interesting tidbit. Ami Faye's golden statue updated in the court record. Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Ah, excuse me. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did another Mask Damask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. The murder trial's starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. How many Mask Damasks are there? To be continued. Interesting. Okay. I don't have any concrete theories. I do have a couple loose ones. October 14th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. If Luke at me, if Ron is actually, follow me here. If Ron is actually mask to mask, and Luke at me is claiming that in this case, he was mask to mask, is Luke at me somewhat or somehow related to the murder of Kane Bullard? Is he in on it somehow? I guess he couldn't have been the one to do the deed. From everything that I can see, we haven't met that person yet. But was it just a coincidence that a mask-to-mask crime took place the same night? Or is Luke in on it somehow? To be determined. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Wait, next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmey's trial today. Is that so? Detective Atmey? They say they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Who was that? Wait, who was that? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Oh, does anyone hear this? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please! Don't ignore me! Oh, it was Ron. Hi, Ron. Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. Well, that's not true. Don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? Ron, don't do this to me now. No. I'm just a poor thief. No, wait. That's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Now let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial's a race against the clock. How come? Let's just take our time, like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Is it because we probably have to get this somewhat figured out before Atmey's trial comes to an end, right? Because if Atmey is found guilty of being mask to mask, then we can't have Ron take that. And that throws our case kind of for a loop. That's what I think is going on here. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Huh? Settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. Okay, sure. What does that have to do with anything? I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ha! Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? No. Judge seems to, so I guess that's all that matters. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. He did his homework. You know, he's not really a judge for little theft cases. He's the murder guy, after all. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. Gulp. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. That is an insane amount of coffee. Like, honestly, Mr. Godot, a word, please. A dangerous amount. You should not have that much caffeine. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but I remember when Mia was defending me, she allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. Ha! You've got guts, Trite. I love this guy. I really like Godot. I think he's really funny. All right then, Mr. Ron Delight. Please take the stand. I did not expect him to be our first witness. We're getting things done early, huh? You did it, didn't you? Yeah. Ron? Ron? No. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Not an option, Ron. Yet. Not an option yet, but you cooperate with me and I'll make sure you go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. My visit to KB Security. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. Wow, that was short. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. Here's cup number 2. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. How many did he say? 17? I'm going to count this and see if we ever get past that. I know it's per trial, but... Ha! It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You never know that from the way he's jugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Ba-boom! What is this, a 3-4-parter? 3, that was quick. We'll press everything, really. What? I kept some of the penalty from my interrogation of Adrian Andrews. Feels bad. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. 1 a.m., huh? And you're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit... 1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. Thanks for your input there, Godot. Much appreciated. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. It ordered you there. It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters? Of course. They'd say things like steal this or take that. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? And please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? Press harder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder. But wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh? Is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. This wouldn't be the craziest win that we've pulled off yet, Phoenix. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. He didn't? Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me, just as long as Desi believes in me. So that's why Ms. Delight didn't believe he was mask-to-mask. So that's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. You used to be a security chief for them, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief. You. And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? I kind of want to know why he was fired. I know that it's a little risky, but I'm curious. Curiosity killed the cat, but what does it do to the coffee man? Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay. Defendant, please answer the question. Well, I needed money. You needed money? You see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? Don't get any ideas, Maya. Don't get any ideas. My salary wasn't nearly enough. So I stole data from the company. Ron? My bad. I shouldn't have asked. That's my bad, Ron. I put you in this position. Didn't think you did that. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. Oh my goodness, I do wish that maybe I hadn't asked that. Curiosity does in fact also kill the coffee guy. I was somehow able to make it secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse, crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Is Desi here today? Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby. What else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste. So Ms. Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem, and that's why he couldn't tell her either. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Alright, so there's two things that we have added to the testimony. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. And he fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. I don't think we have any evidence that would say Desi doesn't know about it. So, this has got to be where we got to work, right? The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. How can we prove that it would cause him trouble? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to the KB security. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble. Well, that's just not true. What is this red diamond? I feel like I should save. Just to be safe. We're going to start the save scumming early. But I do think I'm onto something here. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. Okay. Huh. Alright, my bad. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Anything that could contradict either of these two statements. Security camera photo, his wallet. Used on October 12th, the security card. The brooch. Kane's autopsy report. About first heist. Maybe this? The guard in the photo is Ron DeLight, the CEO office buzzer that doesn't have any fingerprints on it. Kane's list. Wait a second. Kane Bullard had this binder on his table, right? Where it has the cost of every jewel or everything, I guess, that Mask to Mask had stolen. Why did Kane Bullard have that? I don't know. So, he fired me for selling company secrets. He could have fired him for this, but that wouldn't explain why the binder was on there earlier. Instead, what I think makes more sense is the blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. But it seems like Kane knew. And so it almost could be like Kane sent the blackmail letter. Right? I'm gonna go with this one. And it's not good enough. Interesting. Okay. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about? If you want your identity revealed, I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask to mask thing. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. And you've just backed yourself into a hole here, Mr. Godot. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? I'm being respectful. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo. Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Third cup. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? I was making spaghetti. Ooh, yummy. How's the murder going? Not great. I'm kind of stumped early on. I think we kind of got past it. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Well, we know he didn't tell Desi. Hates criminals and cowards more than anything. Is that why? Because then Desi would look at him like a criminal? Because he never told her why he got fired. I think we're onto something. Oh, let's go. Good find. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person. Ms. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. But listen to me. My Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Godot. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh. No. Everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. I wouldn't threaten anyone right now, Ron. We are not in the best of circumstances. I understand the frustration, but let's keep a level head. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now. Tell us. We're all ears. At the CEO's office. Okay. Now we're getting down. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Whoa! That sure looked like Luke at me. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Luke at me? What if Luke at me killed Bullard but much like Ron was trying to do, took the fall of being mask to mask so that it would take him away from the crime. Makes you think. Maybe. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mask to Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. Cup 4, I think? If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. Well, don't threaten me with a good time, Mr. Godot. You don't need to worry about that. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Come on, Your Honor, take a look at this guy. This guy couldn't hurt a fly. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me. His dodging all of our questions is not helping us in this case. He seems to love dodging ours and loves admitting to crimes. Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at the time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. I don't think what I think matters a whole lot here. Your forehead. You were hit on your forehead. Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit, so I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Maya seems to slowly be losing her patience. She's at her breaking point. I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my Mask to Mask costume, of course. Aha! Wait just a moment. Mask to Mask. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask to Mask. Of course you did. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? And I repeat, what? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry. I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Ha! My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. Oh, he's on 6. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask to Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as him in the first place? Well, because I'm Mask to Mask, of course. The judge gotta be so confused. What are you talking about? Mask to Mask's trial is being held next door. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer. Oh, I have to press harder on that. What do you mean by took a lot longer? Opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. Ron! Shut up! Stop talking! Your Honor, we're done here. Get him off the stand. My client pleads the fifth. He has nothing else to say. Oh, my Lord. Dude, what was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable indeed, Your Honor. Why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? That's a really good question, Godot. Why don't you tell us? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. Okay. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Huh! So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? I'm not technically on the stand, so I don't think I'm under oath. I didn't know anything, Your Honor. Well, maybe I did. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Oh, boy. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair-weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Ron. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kinda lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Ha! I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. Why would it be strange for him to take 10 minutes hiding the body? Found in the KB security building at around 1 a.m. the night of the crime. Found in Ron's wallet. Used on October 12th, the night of the crime, at 1 a.m. Why would he spend 10 minutes hiding the body? The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in his testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Me too, Maya, me too. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow. After I was hit on the forehead, I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my mask-to-mask costume. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. We have to find out how long he was out for, right? I'd have been killed if I wasn't wearing my mask-to-mask costume. I'm so confused. Because why is there also a mask to mask? Why are there so many mask to mask costumes? The buzzer went off once at 1:02. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. I had to press one more time. I have to make sure I have all the info. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Ron, you idiot. That's not what I mean. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Excuse me. That certainly makes more sense. 10 minutes. I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body and spend 10 whole minutes? Under those circumstances. By those circumstances, do they mean the buzzer going off? Because under those circumstances, I would not try to hide the body either. That buzzer was very loud. Maybe? I kind of lean towards that. There are no fingerprints on it, so I don't know how it was pressed, but... Oh, it was pressed through the mask to mask because he had gloves on. Well, that doesn't sound good for Ron if that's the case. If you think his behavior is strange, why don't you present the evidence? Okay. I think this makes sense. This makes sense to me. Hopefully, it makes sense to the judge. Hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Then did you do it while the siren was blaring, Ron? Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. In this case, one didn't. Maybe because someone was slacking on their job, but normally. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Objection! That was good! Objection! Objection! Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Objection! Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. Objection! But, as it turns out, the guard never came. Well, that's a story for another day. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend. You want the tea, Godot? I'll bring the tea. And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Objection! Ha! Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. Objection! This buzzer's extremely, really loud, Godot. You won't believe how loud it is. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Cup 7? Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious. So he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Interesting. So it wasn't Bullard who pressed the buzzer. So in this case, what Phoenix is proposing is that when the person was dead already, then the buzzer pressed. So even if Larry was there, he wouldn't have been able to stop it. Well, he'll be glad to know that. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is... Objection. This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Objection! Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard somehow sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? How indeed? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Yes, I can, because there were no fingerprints on it. And listen, I'm not saying he's not capable of doing this, but why would Kane Bullard be wearing gloves at this time? The only person who could have pressed it is someone who was wearing gloves. The defendant's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proved that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. There were no fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Cup 8. Come on now, at least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. Now? Sorry, that was mean. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Oh! Objection! Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Objection! Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. Objection! The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask Damask. And Mask Damask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Boom, boom, boom. Order! Huh. It would seem... Cup 9. I've been forced to eat crow. Why is Godot wasting coffee? You know, that's a good question. That's a good question. Swallow first, no spit takes. I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is. Was that cup 8 or 9? I think that was cup 9. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? Don't stop complicating it, Your Honor. I'm on a roll here. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Huh. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? Wouldn't the person press the button to frame Delight? I think that's what's going on. I think they pressed it specifically to call the security guard so that they would come and arrest him. I think you're right, Caleb. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yeah. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Maya's on a roll today. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in. Nope. I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. He drinks so much coffee, I can't... Oh! I was gonna say, I can't imagine how he's always so calm. Because he's got to be caffeinated up to the max, man. But then I guess he spits half of it out. Ha! It would seem... Cup 10? I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask to Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but we don't worry about that here. We're just going to wing it. Think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. He knew Delight's identity, and he knew that he'd been called to KB security that night, so the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? I think it was this dude right here. I think this guy is yuck. I think he's gross. And I think that he killed Kane Bullard for a reason that we don't know yet, and then conveniently took the fall for the Mask to Mask case when that Mask to Mask was a third person, I think. So there's 3 Mask to Masks. But I do think it was Luke. I think it was Luke Atme who killed him. Or at least who orchestrated the plan. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace detective. Luke Atme. You mean Mask to Mask did it? No. I'm saying you've all been had. Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Boom, boom, boom. Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, Mask to Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask Damask was Luke Atmy's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi. That's right. Let's get this guy back in here. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atmy's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Ah, he got us. And I don't think we got it. Maybe we do. Mr. Luke Atmy's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and failed to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Huh. A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life with this? Mia? Mia? Phoenix? Oh, come on. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounded like... Mia! Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Huh. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atmy to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Ho, 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 ho. October 14th, 11:58 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5. Payne is the prosecutor on this trial? Oh, come on. Payne, this is the trial the country is all tuned in for, and they gotta look at this goofball. At least give them Edgeworth. Come on. Do it for the people. Well, Sir Detective Atmy. I have to say... I can't take this seriously. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atmy. You were the one who... That's enough. Who is this guy? Who the heck is this guy? And why don't we ever have it? I didn't know there was another judge, if I'm being honest. I thought he just cloned himself. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atmy. Hold it! Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet. Well, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? I thought it said loser first. This guy seems funny. I want this guy to be my judge. He seems funny and not as serious and mean as the other one. My name's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atmy. Accusation? You accuse Mask Damask? That man is not Mask Damask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? He looks really happy. Canadian judge? Is he actually Canadian? He looks like he's having a good time. Oh, we've got him pinned. I wonder why, though. I wonder what beef this guy had with Luke Bullard. Was it Luke Bullard? No, it's Luke Atmy. Kane Bullard. Da, 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 da. October 14th, 12:14 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 4. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive. Inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Ms. Delight. Is it true that Detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. We'll find that out later, I guess. I need to find some solid proof, and it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. October 14th, 12:21 p.m. District Courtroom number 6. Back to the big league. Sorry, Payne. Sorry to steal your thunder. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. He's got to be ticked off, man. He was so close to getting away with it. Well, well, how do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask Damask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask Damask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger. Interesting. You know where else they mention a red diamond is in the blackmail letter. Interesting. Okay. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask Damask. Of course. Very well then, Luke Atme. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry. I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Cup 11, I think? We're getting awfully close to 17 cups, Godot. All right, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. Gulp. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Mask Damask just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask Damask was the same time as the murder. Interesting. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Well, it looks here that it's 12:58, but didn't the murder occur at 1:02? Time of death. Oh, time of death is exactly 1 a.m. The buzzer was sounded at 1:02. Time of death was 1 a.m. This photo is taken at 12:58, though, if we really want to get technical. Even the great Mask Damask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Hold it! Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi, and we're gonna pick it apart. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask to Mask, after all. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Objection! Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Name the accomplice? Who the heck would it be? I don't think I can name one yet. Name an accomplice. Larry. Genuinely, if I presented Larry, there might actually be some merit because he was conveniently not there at the time of the crime. So he could have been anywhere. I won't do that to you, Larry. I'm just saying, it does make you look a little fishy out of context to the general public. Larry wasn't there and doesn't have a full alibi. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do that to my guy, but just saying, for the general public, Larry, it looks a little fishy. I will give it up for now. If Luke Atme was at KB security during the murder, then the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be a fake. And there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's got to be another way, and I'm gonna find it. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job, and that's why you got caught. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his ace detective persona. You know, that is true. It's kinda odd. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. A photo without your face in it. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. Objection! He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. It looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor. And on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious then. So this alibi's false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the masked damask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Interesting. So what is fishy about this photo? There's no medallion. We've already discovered that much. But what else would be phony about it? The fact that... Hang on a second. What about the new info we got on the paint? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. When Adrian dropped the urns box 2 weeks ago, she also knocked over some paint. The box has no paint, right? Box has a little bit of paint. Little tiny bit of paint. The statue does not have any paint. I don't know. Okay. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. So either the person in it is a fake, or the photograph is a fake. So who, what? I don't know how we would prove that this is fake, though, right? Let me press him again on it. I don't have enough evidence to prove anyone was an accomplice right now. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. I still don't see how this proves anything. I really wish Adrian told us when she moved the statue. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Wait, no, Caleb, you're right. Caleb, you're right. The box doesn't have paint on it in the picture. You're right. I'm sorry I doubted you. You bet there is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. That's pretty good. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny? Take that! Perhaps this is the area in question. This area? Could you be any more vague? Cup 12? Ha! Today's Java has a little extra kick to it. It seems that the funny part lies in the area of the huh? Excuse me? I like to think that was a pretty good guess. Very well then, witness. Let's return to your testimony. Okay, I really thought I was onto something there. But I will try. I do still think that it is the same thought process. Because I think what it is then is that the box doesn't have any paint on it. However, there is this area here where the box should have paint on it. Maybe that's what I have to present. I do still think it's the same thought process, though. What about this photograph do you find funny? Take that. There we go. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. Not quite. Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually just pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches, okay? The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The statue. I guess also the box, but it's the statue. Not gonna overthink it. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. There's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. Objection! But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move in that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Don't look at me. Maybe. I'm sure with enough tries I can. Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Who was the one that moved it? So here is the actual photo. Someone moved it on the night of the crime. Adrian Andrews wouldn't have done it. That wouldn't make any sense. Larry. Luke at me or Mask Damask. Whoever the heck it is. Because I don't know if it's an alibi or what's going on. Luke at me moved it. But if Luke moved it, then Luke couldn't have been at the scene of the crime. I think it is Luke. I want to almost present it as Mask Damask, but I don't think it'll take it. None of these people look like they could even move that thing. It's on wheels, right? I think it's on wheels, which would help it a little bit. Maybe it's not. I can't remember if it's on wheels or not. I'm afraid it won't give it to me if I say it was Mask Damask. So I'm going to go with Luke. And if it's not Luke, I'll go with Mask Damask. But either way, it's the same point I'm trying to get across here. Take that. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke at me, of course. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, probably let you know in the item description if it's on wheels, does it? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime. Moved again that night. Maybe, I don't know why I'm picturing it on wheels. I might be crazy. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue, here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask to Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That's why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw. Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Okay. Why would the statue need to be moved? Think long and hard. Think long and hard. I feel like it's like right on the tip of my tongue. Why would the statue need to be moved? So you have... Oh, I can't look at my evidence. Dang it. Oh, that's tough. Okay. You have the statue that is originally covering this. You also have a box that has no paint on it. Although there's clearly a paint mark here. But I think that this might be a different box. What would be the big deal if the statue was in the photograph? What would be the big deal? Why did he move? Why would he move the statue to frame this photo? And I assume put a fake timestamp on it. Like, what would this? Why would the statue being there expose any lie? If the statue was there. Oh, this is tough. This is really tough. Assuming it is the same box. I'm going to assume that it's the same box for the time being. The statue being there. I know, that doesn't work. That doesn't make any sense. This is tough. Why would the statue being there matter so much? To where he'd have to move it to frame the photo. The statue got there at noon on the day of the crime. But he had to move it for the night. It could not have been there. But it arrived at noon. I wonder if the time that it arrived matters. It arrived at noon. Wait. What if this picture... Hang on. What if this picture was taken the day before the statue got there? Is that possible? What if it was taken... What if he never moved it? Or like let's say he took the photo here, right? He took the photo and no statue is there, and the next day he's like, "Ah, shoot. They put that damn statue here. I got to get this thing out of here so that it matches my photo." Now, what would I click for that? That I don't know. I mean, I assume I would click here, right? And we know that the box has I wish I could show you my evidence because it would illustrate my thoughts a lot better. But we know that the box has pink paint on it and it was dropped 2 weeks prior. I think is the time frame. which explains why this is here. I think this was taken before the statue arrived. I just don't know what to point. I guess I could just point at the paint pile, right? Or do I point at here? The picture has a timestamp, but not the date it was taken. Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna point here. I don't know if this is right. The lie in this photo is somewhere around here. Jumping to conclusions again, I think you need to take a gander in your local mirror. As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie. Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial. Now they're calling me a liar. Okay, well that's not it. The question is why the statue was moved, right? There was some reason the culprit didn't want the statue in the picture. Well, then I'm going to assume that it's the timestamp that I'll point to. At least that's what I thought. I'll ask you again, Mr. Trite. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? Okay, then the lie is the timestamp in the picture. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good. I really worked my brain for that one. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. You're doing awesome tonight. Thank you, thank you. I practiced. No, I'm kidding. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, I've been studying the Book of Law. When was this statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Oh, sorry, buddy. It's not looking good for you. Order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? It is on wheels! Good catch! Good catch. I knew this guy wasn't strong enough to move that thing without a little help. One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Objection! It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. I'll tell you what, Godot, my coffee's tasting great right now. What about yours, buddy? Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time. and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is... Cup 12. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe, whoa, can never reach their dreams. Hear that, everybody? Don't be trapped by maybe. Wise words from Godot. Godot's gonna have a heart attack mid-trial. I know. He's got to be at least up to like almost 1,000 milligrams of caffeine, which is well above the safe limit. Don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes. If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Does Godot have a heart? Good question. Maybe it's operated by that mask he wears. Yeah. I should stop. I'm almost done with my coffee. I shouldn't finish it. It is 9 o'clock, and I do like sleeping. The Sacred Urn Heist. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box in Zvari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. 12:58, if we want to be exact. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zvari. What does that... Is that a yes? Is that a no? I guess it's a yes. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. The Sacred Urn Heist. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor 20 days ago. You were asked to guard the urn by Ms. Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my sparkling reputation. I see Ms. Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You'd better watch out too, Maya. The urn was placed in a box in Zvari. It was sent to the warehouse. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Luke Atme, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. Interesting, interesting. Atme is Pinocchio, but he can lie without consequences. Yeah, they just front-loaded all of his lies, so his nose is just permanently long. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days before. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handled security by myself to ensure that the crime would go smoothly. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. Hold it, buddy. Hold it, Buster. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed. To be honest, if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good, hard look at the court record. What could we possibly have that proves that he saw the urn before the day of the crime? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination, that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. How do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Okay. Received the request from Lordly Taylor 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zvari, it was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. Interesting. I would love for him to tell me what the urn said. That would be really helpful. Because that, if he says, oh, well, the urn said I am, well, then we know that he saw it before, right? Warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Damask knocked Atme out during the crime with a blow to the back of the head. We kind of learned that that was bogus. Photo of the storeroom entrance taken by the camera. Written with a fountain pen found in Ron's room. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond. Found in the KB security building at around 1 a.m. the night of the crime. Found in Ron's wallet. Found in the shadow of Amifei's statue. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. This is about the first heist. And this is where we get more to the murder stuff. Ron's testimony. Paint marks. When Adrian dropped the urn's box 2 weeks ago, she also knocked over some paint. And a wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains on it. Okay, so here's where I'm trying to piece together what could be going wrong here. This box has paint on it. The box that he's holding does not have any paint on it that we can see. It could just be an angle thing. But it doesn't look like it has any paint on it. It could be on the back side. Looks like only one side probably has the paint on it. But if what he's holding... I'm going to keep this in my back pocket. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. I will be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasures of Keurig exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn, won't you? Yours truly, Mask Damask. Camera data shows that the camera went off once. How can we prove that it wasn't his first time touching the urn? Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. Does he say anything about what the urn looks like? The urn was placed in a box. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day I need more info again. So you sure you had never seen it before? You may ask Lady Andrews herself. My security was focused on the warehouse. However, I let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. So I sent a card 10 days before. You mean this calling card? Because he knew about the medallion. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handled the security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. God, Pearls did a bad job of putting this back together. Okay. If we could present this and be like, hey, this is the urn, right? Then he would say, yes, indeed it was. But no, it wouldn't even be after Adrian dropped it, though, because... Because Adrian dropped... Okay. She also knocked over some paint. A wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains on it. I think I'm going to present the box. At the end of the day, it could be an optical illusion and it could just be hidden, but there's no paint on this box. Which leads me to believe that if he was taking the urn, what would have happened is he would have had the box with the paint on it. However, with this box not having any paint, it means that the urn was in another box while she fixed it. No, that doesn't make any sense either. Does it? Maybe perspective is why we don't see the paint. Yeah. You might be right. She also knocked over some paint. A wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains on it. I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. Isn't it worth absolutely nothing? Doesn't it have, like, absolutely no value, though? They got it appraised. It has no value. Right? Kept out of sight. There's one other thing that he said. You mean this box? That pathetic box? Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. And she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Interesting new tidbit that she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even the guy protecting the urn. She wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Okay, so if we were to go with the fact that... God, there's so much evidence. If we were to go with this, that Adrian wouldn't let him in and kept it out of sight, it would have been because the urn was broken. Why is it an interesting tidbit, Phoenix? What am I missing? You were asked to guard the urn by Ms. Andrews. The urn was placed in a box and sent to the warehouse. You mean this box? Yes, that box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. What's so interesting about it, Phoenix? I was unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime, so you're sure that you had never seen it before. Indeed, you may ask her to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. You should get your lawyer friend in here. I should. It would be really fun. I wonder if she's played this game. I'm going to ask her. That'd be really fun. Something tells me this doesn't follow the exact same rules as the American Court of Law in Japanifornia. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. Hold it. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October. Okay, we're gonna have to figure something out here. We're gonna have to try something. I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. But the one that you're holding doesn't have the paint stains, and I can't look past that. And it's not good enough, I guess. Objection denied, I guess. Okay. Whew, we are at the very end of what we can do here. We are literally 1 health bar. Okay. Dang it. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. If this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. That he had never seen the urn before he stole it. Alright, well, I mean, if he wants to get technical with it, I was unable to see the urn for myself until the night of the crime. He knows what it looks like. Because we have this. And that's not enough. Dang. There was a lawyer that played this game and said a lot was illegal or didn't work the same way. No, you're kidding. You're telling me you can't just say, you know what, Your Honor, I think this guy did it. Let's get him in there. But honestly, for the wacky characters, I think the wacky trials make sense too. I like watching those, like lawyer does Ace Attorney, or like volleyball player watches Haikyuu. It's cool. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. I first received the urn was placed in a box in Zvari. It was sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. What if it was then sent to the warehouse? It wasn't really sent to the warehouse, was it? Okay, wait. If I press him on this again, I think I might be onto something. You mean this box? Lady Anders was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Interesting new tidbit. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself. It was then sent to the warehouse. Ah! Rats. Okay, well, I jinxed myself. I was doing good. I am struggling now. Okay. I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. This probably is where we need to object, right? Photo of the store dimensions taken by the camera on the night of the crime. Maybe I could present the photo. Written with a fountain pen. There's still so much to unpack here. We haven't even gotten back to the actual crime scene yet. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. Oh! Wait. So this looks like it was tore off of some clothing. Does it really look like it was torn off in the photo, though? It looks like he just didn't have it on. Right? It looks like he just didn't have it on. And doesn't he bring this up, actually, somewhere in the testimony? So you're sure you never seen the urn before? My security is focused entirely on the warehouse. I think, yes. You mean this calling card. I guess Mr. Lighton, of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. We might be onto something. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. When was this sent? Sent before a heist. The emblem is top secret. The emblem is top secret. And then we have the brooch found in the shadow of Amifa's statue. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I just need to figure out how to prove it. Is that Luke did the crime before. Didn't have the brooch on. When he moved the Amifa statue, he also realized, shoot, there's no brooch, so he ripped it off? Because he said he lost it in the scuffle, but then we learned that there was no scuffle. So why would it have been torn off? Blah! Getting angry. There's so much evidence here. It makes sense to me to object here. Doesn't make sense to anyone else, though. Shoot, man. No Google search. No Google search. Did I just save my game? How bad did I just mess up? How bad did I just mess up? Oh no, I messed up. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Oh, I accidentally saved over the right side. Oh no. Okay, sorry. Hang on. We'll get back to where we were. Oh, brother. You idiot, press. You bozo. No, I did say. Okay, hang on. Oh, this is all going to hell in a handbasket. Yeah. We've seen deja vu. Gah! That's what I get for leaving it down to 1 health point. Ah! Order! He's on his 15th cup of coffee. We know all this. His fit is so cool. You dummy, press. Boom. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. My bad. Okay. At last, I held the urn in my hands at 1 a.m. But we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new info he gave us. Okay. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a little bit of a bonus health bar. How about that? It all worked out. Okay. I first received the request from Lord, and nothing was added to the testimony, so I don't think it really matters if we press on all these. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I was unable to see the urn myself until we just have to prove that he did it. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. We just have to prove that that's not the case. How can we prove it? A poster here from the treasure exhibit probably doesn't prove it. We presented it in the other thing. I don't think it hurts to present it here. But before that, save. Can't believe I soft locked ourselves. So, we will present. Where did it go? This just so I can say that I did it. Okay, cool. Load. Holy moly. Okay. We're pressing on everything again just to make sure I don't miss anything. And this photo proves that. Even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. If this photo's fake, Detective Atby might have stolen the urn whenever it was taken. He's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove he's lying there, we can wrap this up. I need to take a good, hard look at the court record. Phoenix, you're going to have to look even harder, man. Because it's missing me. Found in the shadow of Amifa's statue. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Hang on. Hang on. I think I might be onto something. Objection! I'm onto nothing. Oh, I'm onto absolutely nothing. Load. Look at me when I get my hands on you. Indeed, it seemed that they had heard of my sparkling reputation. Nothing there. We can axe this first one out. You mean this box, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Not even me. She wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. Can we prove he accessed the storeroom? Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. My security was focused entirely on the entrance, but I let no information slip through my fingers. You mean this calling card? Of course, because Atby knew about the emblem, the top secret emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handled security by myself to ensure the crime would go smoothly. No one entered the warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. And at last, I held the urn in my hands. Okay, so he's saying that Adrian Andrews would not let him into the warehouse. He's also saying that people were coming and going through the warehouse. Urn was placed in a box and then sent to the warehouse. I think there's our issue. Okay, save. Because we've pressed on everything now, so we can't use that as an excuse anymore. I think, maybe, I've thought a lot of things. I think that there is the potential here that it didn't go right to the warehouse because Adrian dropped it. And so she had to replace it. Objection! I'm gonna lose my marbles. Okay, so it's not that. It was then sent to the warehouse. You mean this box? Lady Andrews, she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Why is that so intriguing to Phoenix? Interesting new tidbit. She would not let anyone in the storeroom, not even Luke at me. The emblem is top secret. I'm sorry, guys. I'm lost. I'm lost. Call the human that has a cheek over this game. Call their name and they come Hollow. I don't know if Hollow's here right now. I'm real. I have not had to Google anything in the first 2 games. This one's really stumping me, though. I don't know how we can prove that he handled the jar, the urn, before. I'm literally hacking a DSI for my roommate. You're lucky you said my name. Well, don't let me tear you away from the important tasks. I'm sorry. I am so lost. Shoot, man. How can we prove that he handled the urn before the night of the crime? I'm lost too. I don't know where you are. No, you're good. You're good. I don't know where I am either. I'm just trying to figure out. I just have to figure out when he touched this damn urn. This photo proves that. To be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. If this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. So he stole the urn earlier. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we're good. I need to take a good... Why is Atme back on the stand? Because he's a guilty dude. He's guilty. Anything in your evidence or timestamps? Not really. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination, that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. So no, we don't even necessarily have to prove that he had the urn. We just have to prove that he took the photo well before the night of the crime. Oh, Citrus, you're back. I thought I got you and Hollow mixed up. Hello. Well, Atme's back on the stand. This guy's guilty as the day is long. I thought we already got him for the thievery. Oh, but there's a lot that's happened. This photo here, not taken on the day of the crime. This was a setup. We need to prove that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Then how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Okay, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. They're trying to get him for the murder. There's double whammy. We actually pulled him from his trial when he was on trial for the thievery. We're trying to get him for murder. The warehouse camera went off once. Okay. Anything with timestamps. Carried into the basement warehouse the day the crime, moved again that night. So is he the murderer and the thief? That's what we think. Sent before a heist. The emblem is top secret. The warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. of the night of the crime. No timestamp. No timestamp, but it doesn't matter. Found in Ron's wallet. Maybe? Found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime. Found in the shadow of Ami Faye's statue. Time of death, 1 a.m. That's about the first heist. Found on a table at the crime scene. Nothing in here about the urn. Buzzer went off. Ron's testimony. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box. Kept out of sight. You're confused because I'm confused, Alla. Like, trust me, even though you missed a lot, I don't think it would help you here. I'm lost. Okay, Hollow thinks maybe they're onto something. That had a wooden box that had the sacred urn in it. My head hurts. My head hurts. Can you repress this current statement? Yeah, gladly. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. If this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. Days before. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination, that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. And how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. Is there something that would contradict that he never saw the urn, or contradict that? I feel like I presented everything that I could think of. Like I presented this. I don't know if I presented this at his time, but it was like, the lettering, I feel like, has got to be a key. I wish I could just say, like, hey, what did the urn say when you had... I'm going to try to present this again. What did the urn say, right? I wish I could just... Objection! Nope. Dang it! There's no proving he saw a poster. I guess not. Urn was placed in a box. It was then sent to the warehouse. We press him here, and it's, for whatever reason, Phoenix makes a big deal that Adrian didn't want anyone to see the urn. But is there something more physical? At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. No. Sent before the heist. My head is spinning. Oh, my head is spinning like crazy. God, Luke, at me. This is just such a complicated plan that you... Next time you do this, just make it really easy for me, man. I held the urn in my hands for the first time. I had never seen it. Okay, wait. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. But it wasn't that valuable because it's at... Objection! Dang it, I thought I was onto something. Doesn't it have no value? Isn't that a thing? Wouldn't Adrian let me look and probably touch the urn after hiring him? I wish I could remember what her... I wonder if it says anything in her profile. No. You would think. You would think, right? But, according to him, Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. Not actually, just because she broke it, I think. And she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. You can present the right piece of evidence to like half of these statements. All right, wish you luck. Well, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you. That makes me feel a lot better. So now we're trying to get him for murder or thievery. Murder. He's already going to be guilty of thievery either way. Okay. If I can present the right piece of evidence to half these statements, that makes me feel a little better. It's obviously this one. Like, it's one of them. So I'll stay on here. Sacred Urn, Keurig Village. It didn't work when I presented this. Anything more physical I could show. Carried into the basement warehouse. The day of the crime. Moved again that night. Sent before a heist. The emblem's top secret. The warehouse camera went off once. At last I held the urn in my hands for the first time. Security camera photo. Grrr. Found in Ron's wallet. That wouldn't prove anything. This wouldn't prove anything. Kane's autopsy report is not what we're focusing on right now. About the first heist. That doesn't matter right now. CEO office buzzer. Come on, press. Come on. Buzzer record. Ron's testimony. Sacred urn. Paint marks. Paint marks. Ah! I'm gonna lose my marbles. Okay. This is what I get for bragging about how good I was doing earlier. This is karma. I jinxed it. This might be the most stuck I've been on an actual like testimony piece. Because I genuinely have no idea. I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, you lying little shit. Press is very unhappy. I am. I was doing so well, Citrus. You missed it. And now you're not going to believe me, but I was cooking. I was cooking. Sent before a heist. What if I present this? Objection! Sure. Sorry. Okay, let me at least try to figure out why it would have been that. Let me at least try to piece the pieces together here. Sent before a heist. The emblem is top secret. And it said, I will be coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasure of Keurig exhibit. Oh, I mean, I guess you could make the argument. Was it really that easy? Was it really that easy that he had to have seen the urn because he sent the card? Did I just overthink it that much? Then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the card that Mask Damask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Speckled urn. I see. I see. Now, the speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the sacred urn. Well played, Ace Attorney. Well played. You got me. That is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way that Mask Damask could have known about this pattern because the pattern wasn't always on the urn. It was only on the urn after Adrian. Oh, I feel like such an idiot now. We got there. We got there. Thank you for sticking with me. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains. And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern, which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Ace Attorney is good at making you feel silly. It is. It is, but it does make it, it's also really good at making you feel like you cracked a case when you get a tough one. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? All right, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Oh, here we go. I lost count of how many times this guy's drank coffee. Huh. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask Damask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. Don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might you my merry murderous motive manifest? Huh? He's getting his second wind. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. I feel like Godot has no evidence or standing other than asking unanswered questions. He's very good at just being like, no, you. No, you. Oh, that's a cool piece of evidence, but no, you. And the judge eats it up. Oh, we're getting into the big, serious music now, baby. I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask Damask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask Damask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Blackmail letter updated in the court record, found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. So Bullard had the red diamond? And Atme took it? Because I'll remind you again. This blackmail mentions a red diamond. I guess this could have been a letter to Luke. No, it was a letter to Ron. It was a letter to Ron. Let's work on this. Had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook. That's right. Mistook, from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error. Not really what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake mask to mask to be? Why, the answer's obvious. Mr. Delight, of course. Boy, I'd like to whip that smug look off this guy's face. Well, Phoenix, in the last game, Francisca gave us her whip. I don't know what happened to it, but she did give it to us. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for mask to mask? Don't you already know that? Zvari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article, and Zvari, he got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact mask to mask. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. You mean this blackmail letter here? It says bring 50,000, and the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. And I think this is to Luke. And the red diamond on his dang finger is the one that he's talking about, because Ron doesn't have a red diamond. This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. Well, that's true, but this wouldn't be the first time, Your Honor, that my defendant does something ridiculously stupid, so we're gonna let this one slide too, maybe. And Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder, what's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. I'm with you, Phoenix. I'm with you, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it. I gotta go. Thanks for the good stream. Thanks for hanging out, Caleb. I hope you have a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of your night. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies, and since I was the security team chief, I stole data from the company. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually mask to mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he's mask to mask. Do you really think that story is gonna hold up? The assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree. Uh-oh. Ronnie thinks he's mask to mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Trite. Was he trying to act like Ms. Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. Thanks, Maya. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. What a tragedy. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well. Another time. Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long, at least not in my experience. So you're going to try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. Was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. I pressed him for everything I got, man. I need to press on this one more time, actually. Now that's just your imagination talking. This is a deduction. And he won't tell us why. I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. I think this is I think this is where I press. Because the letter states, if you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Objection! But it's not good enough. Dang. There are a lot of times in this case where I'm looking and I'm like, I really wish I could just ask you this question outright. I, Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Hang on now. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight, and it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against him for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he's mask to mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. You're so close to the end? Good, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make some mozzarella sticks after this. Had no point of contact. I figured I was close when the music started getting real good. Had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. You're flashing your point of contact right here, bro. Don't think I don't see this. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Hey, Ron! Ron! Did he send this to you? And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. The defendant truly... Mr. Bullard's mistake is... Okay, wait, hang on a second. Kane Bullard decided to investigate and simply mistook who he was. No, he didn't. I know it's this. I know it's this. It has to be. If it's not, my mind's not going to get off of it, so we're going to be here a while. Objection! No, I know. No, I'm telling you right now. Okay, so it's not that one. Decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight, found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. That much is true. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked to mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit. Why? Do you really think that story is going to hold up? Ronnie thinks he's masked to mask. Don't you feel sorry for him. Please don't think too badly for him or of him. Well, Mr. Trite, I thought he was pretty convincing. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Because he was afraid that he... Okay. Wait a second. Can I present a part of this? No. Dang. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. No, it's not why. It's not why. Dude, what am I missing? Oh my gosh. I'm getting so angry. Okay. Lock-in press is the finish line. Luke at me had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Knocked at me out. Photo of the storeroom entrance. No point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Blunt trauma to the head. Wait a second. Hang on. Found on the table at the crime scene. Buzzer record. Ron's testimony. From Damask's second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight, and it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked to mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. No. He was always getting blackmail letters. He liked them. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail. That is why Mr. Delight... Nope. I disagree. I disagree! Because of this right here. Damn you! I feel like I'm, like, there. Like, I think my reasoning makes sense. I just can't get the evidence to match. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight, and it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked to mask. This also would prove that he's masked to mask and that Mr. Bullard didn't make a mistake. Look at me. Had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate mask to mask. Ow, and simply mistook who he was. mistook. Just who did the victim mistake Mask to Mask to be? Why, the answer's obvious. Ron Delight, of course. Press harder. Press harder! Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask to Mask? Don't you already know that? Take a look at this newspaper. It's the Tear of Emanon. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant. The victim clearly misread this article, and he got the wrong impression. That's convenient. About the first heist, guard in the photo is Ron Delight. So he's saying that Bullard saw this, got hung up on investigating Mask to Mask, and then got the wrong guy, right? And sent the blackmail letter to Ron. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask to Mask. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Well... Guys, I might have to Google it. I might have to Google it. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I don't want to Google it. I really don't want to Google it. I don't think I have the brain power for this right now. I don't know if I have the brain power for this. I'm not going to Google it, but... Oh, I want to so bad. Do you want to know the correct statement? Give me okay. Give me 3 of them. No. Give me the correct statement. Give me the correct give me the correct statement. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. Because I feel like my reasoning's right. Maybe I'm wrong. I got no clue what's happening. Fair. I mean, I clearly don't either. Okay. That's kind of what I figured. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Because it was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter. But there's no addressee. And I think this is also where he says... It says bring 50,000 and the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. But I don't see an addressee on this anywhere. This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. And Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder. I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Can I just present the blackmail letter here? I need to know. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. What, like, Ron doesn't have a red diamond. I want to present this and say that it should work, and I just don't know if it will. I just don't know if it will. Objection! Okay, you know what? I was on the right path. Thank you, Hollow. Thank you for the help. I was on the right path. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes even the best lawyers need help from their sidekicks, you know? Oh, brother. I can't believe how long that took. Sorry, y'all. I'm still hacking this DSi. Oh, heck yeah. I forgot about the DSi. I never had a DSi. I had a DS and then I went to a 3DS. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. I'm taking 10% of your score, though. Honestly, I'll give you 20. I'll give you 20%. I'm not greedy. If it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. Excuse you. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed. Time to man up, Mr. Right. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. How do I do that? How? Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Do I just present it? Ha! A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. Objection! He's literally got a giant red ring on his finger. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how is no one seeing this? Mr. Right. Try thinking. Huh? That was wrong? Okay. Anyway, let's try reading the blackmail letter one more time. There's got to be something off about it somewhere. Oh, brother. What? What? Objection! I thought maybe I could pick out the point in the thing, in the letter, if I selected it again. I guess that wasn't true. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. I was a fool for thinking that this was going to be over so easily. What a fool I was. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Show us the contradicting evidence. Can I just show them Luke at me? Does this work? No! No! Stick to the physical evidence for this round. Okay. 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 Yes, coach. Yes, coach. Objection! I'm so close. I'm so close. One contradiction. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Found in the KB Security building at around 1 a.m. the night of the crime, Ron's wallet. What? No way. Huh? Come on. Okay. Sorry, I feel like I'm just bashing my head in the wall at this point. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. A shot of Mask Damask striking a pose. Damask's brooch. This is the most humbling experience I've ever had, to be honest with you. Can I read the newspaper clipping? You can't really read it. About the first heist, guard in photo is Ron Delight. And you can't really read it. I don't really read. It's a blue gem. It's a blue gem. I didn't know that they were talking about this. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Sorry, Hollow. You probably didn't expect that you would be playing this game for the second time through. At least I caught it first. At least I caught it once I opened the newspaper clipping. I didn't know the clipping had the gem on it. I didn't really either. Honestly, I think a lot of things are passing by me. I haven't eaten for 7 hours. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the tear of Eminon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color. I'm not much for discussing colors myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Which means the red diamond, thank God we finally got here. The red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Eminon that Mask Damask stole at all. Objection! And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you are trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else. That's what you're trying to say, right, Trite? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Right? Why is it? That is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. We got it. We got here. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? Yeah, why don't you hold your left hand up a little higher? You've been personally involved in every single Mask Damask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. Ugh. That's the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. I like this case. I know I've been shitting the bed on the last couple, like the last 30 minutes or so. I really like the case. I think it's really good. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. I don't like the way you said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Come on, stand up to him. Sorry. Yes, I am. Wow! Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. Okay. Hang on a sec. Save. Whew. Okay. The identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as an ace detective, mask to mask, or a blackmailer. But Ron's mask to mask. Right? I mean, I'm pretty sure Ron's mask to mask. So that gets it out. The identity that Luke Atme wanted to so desperately keep secret was his identity as an ace detective? Well, that doesn't make sense. But was he a blackmailer? Oh my god. Okay, brownie points, bonus points for me because I think I figured it out. If I didn't figure it out, well, then I'm going to look real dumb. Luke Atme was the one blackmailing Ron to do the mask-to-mask heists so that he could be the ace detective. So he is a blackmailer. Oh, come on. Luke Atme was a blackmailer. Objection. Okay, I think that makes up for it. I think that makes up for the past 30 minutes, right? Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron DeLite was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. Did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. In which case, that would mean that Ron DeLite was actually mask to mask. That's what we're claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLite steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme. Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron DeLite? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask. Well, yes. Ron DeLite started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron DeLite was mask to mask? We're playing hardball tonight. Alright, let's take a look at the newspaper clipping. How did Luke Atme know that Ron was mask to mask? Because he was working with him, right? Where was the gem stolen? I can't remember. I don't know if they tell us. Kane's list? Ron's testimony. How did Luke Atme know that Ron DeLite was mask to mask? Well, because he was working with him on the case. That's what I'm gonna... That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into a lot of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron DeLite in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. What's up, Setsuna? How's it going? Welcome in. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, oh, whoa. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. He's a fool. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as some ace detective. Why, how dare you expose me like that? I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and I'm also Mask to Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you? How dare you? You're all fools, I say. None of you can compare to my genius. So go on. Desecrate me. Ace detective cannot handle blackmail, murder. It's enough to make one laugh. Oh. It would seem we've finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff! Please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme. Objection! What now, man? The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. I'll hear him out. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way. No way. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright. This is it. This is the final round. Dun 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 dun. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense can prove it. The defense can prove it with evidence. Are you sure? No. If you've been looking at my track record over the past 45 minutes, Your Honor, I'm anything but sure. This is an absolute all-time terrible performance from me. Don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall into pieces. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night. Gah! I might not have it. Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime. No, this is all warehouse stuff, and this is... Oh, wait. Okay, so we've got Ron's wallet. We've got the CEO office card, which was found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime at 1 a.m. Time of death, the newspaper clipping, Kane's list, the buzzer record, Ron's testimony. I don't think we can prove it. I actually don't think we can. I'm going to change my answer here. Oh, I can't back out of this? Okay. Well, I'll try something, but I don't think I can prove it. Found in Ron's wallet, used on October 20th. Maybe the key card? This is the proof. It's true, that is very important. However, I'm not so foolish as to think that will pass for evidence here. Mr. Trey, it's time you learned the true flavor of life. What the? The flavor of my special Godot Blend number 49. Well, Mr. Wright, it's bitter. Very bitter. Dang. What up if I say I can't find it? Does it tell me that... Do I get the same verdict? Saving content. Don't save any content. Don't save any of that. I've got to prove it. Can you really prove that? I want to hear your answer. What if I don't think I can't genuinely. I can't prove it. What would I prove it with? Only one way to see. I guess so. I mean, I can't prove it. There's nothing here that puts him at the crime scene. Nothing. It's blank. Do I think he did it? Yeah, but like, what can I do? Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony, unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. Oh boy. Well, oh, look who's all of a sudden all peppy. Okay, buddy. Well now, sir lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then, it'll be too late. Why? Because he's already at his 17th cup of coffee. Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way. The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. No way, bro. No! Do I lose? Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmey. Oh, huh? I think I see it. Is this... Wait a second. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. has poor hearing, and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. She's so cool! That voice, no way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Yo! Mia! This is the true power of the Keurig channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Let's do this. There's nothing we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he's the true murderer, I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Yo! Does Godot know something about Mia? Now hang on. Okay. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, Luke at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then. Mr. Luke Atme, I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Chat, what is back? Chat, I'm back. What's happening? Mia's back, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Mia's back. She saved us. We get one more cross-examination. Yes, Chief. Boom, boom. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Sorry! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. That is a lie. Do I gotta press every single statement? This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atme's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Not again. Just one chance? I feel like I'm getting deja vu. We had this happen before. It seems like the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17. The last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Holy, okay, this is cool. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Are we going on 4 hours today? We are. Holy moly. One day we'll have a simple, easy case, but not today. Back to fatal contradictions. One day. I really like this case, though. I mean, I have to like it enough to stream it for 4 hours. Like, I actually really do like it. This is it. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. Maybe it's this. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLite, and thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. DeLite was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. We have to pick one. Okay, he was at Lordly Taylor. He was not at Lordly Taylor. We can rule that out. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Not important, in my opinion. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. This is interesting, because I don't know if he's talking about the date of the job request, or if he's talking about the date the guy was going to die. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLite. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. DeLite was wearing his outfit, which is why he left no prints, and the blackmail letter, the victim likely mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari, therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This cross-examination is the only chance I had to nail him. Somewhere there's a huge contradiction, and I've got to find it. As far as I can see, there's no evidence that contradicts his testimony. All you can do is press it. Shoot! Okay. I want to narrow it down to like 3 first. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. This. That's one. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLite. Thanks to the keycard and the wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. Wallet. And the keycard. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. But did not have any fingerprints on it. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. This is also kind of sus. Because why would the killer sound it if he's not trying to frame anyone? Why? Like, it doesn't make sense. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. I mean, it's clearly a contradiction, but I can't do anything about it. It's one of these two. Victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. And this one here. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. Here we go. Here we go. Mr. Atney, about this last remark. What? You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. What? I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for my last cup. Mr. Wright, I will hold you to your end of the bargain. Grrr. This is a really hard case. Or I'm just really hungry. But I think it's really hard. I might have to start bringing a snack to these longer streams. I couldn't go back to back. So I figured we'd make it a little longer. But I'm going to have to start bringing snacks. Okay. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. All I have to do is prove that he was there at the night of the crime. Wait a second. I might be able to do that. Does he know that Ron's wallet was found at the scene of the crime? And does he know about the keycard? My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I don't think he knows about this. Found in the KB security building and found in Ron's wallet. I don't think he knows. Mr. Atney, about this last remark. I have a bad feeling about this. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. It's humbling. Okay. Okay. Here we go. How can we put him at the scene of the crime? There has to be a way. There has to be. You could give me a little more than one chance. Okay. It is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. But why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. But wait. No, I think at this point we've established that Ron is the real mask-to-mask. Right? Because I was going to say how, like if Ron... No. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Why would the killer sound the alarm, bro? It doesn't make any sense. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. But his whole thing, I don't know. I don't know. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it. Which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Okay. I feel like this also works. This was the second one that I had deducted. Because why? Back again, any progress? No. No progress. But I think it might be this one. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. The killer would have no reason to sound the button, man. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. But how do you know he was wearing the mask-to-mask outfit? This one! There's no way he could know. Oh my, you're joking. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. Oh, okay. Whew. Whew. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. For a second, I was like, again? They tricked me. What? Mr. Atme, it seems you have fully admitted that you were in the CEO office that night. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as mask-to-mask when he went to the scene of the crime? It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Did I forget to mention it? I just never had the chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Urgh. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There's no way that you should have known about that. Oh! You were in the next courtroom, being tried as mask-to-mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well, objection. Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Objection! And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. Objection! But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Lee Atme. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Boom. Detective Atme, you saw Mask-to-Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh? An earthquake? What is he? What? Whoa! Oh, he's ascending. Oh, we broke him. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Oh, we broke him. What an awfully complicated incident, I'll say. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me, I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Your Honor, we're saying this at the end of every trial. At some point, you just gotta start trusting me, man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to Mask. Okay. Not the time. Uh-huh. So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? I guess double jeopardy, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was found innocent. Then, Mask to Mask is really innocent. It would seem so. For now. That's so funny. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. I really liked this case, guys. I thought this was really good. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Mask to Mask after all. October 14th, 3:35, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. What happened? We won! Yay! Luke Atme had a breakdown on the stand. Ron admitted to being Mask to Mask, but he cannot be tried for double jeopardy, so he's in the clear on all fronts. Because he was technically found innocent the day before as Mask to Mask. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Keurig channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Mr. Wright, I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you. No, wait. Nothing really matters. Come on, just be happy already. Maya, you've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Mask to Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Mask to Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have had any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Mask to Mask? Yeah, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. I'm so bad at these. Oh, I know this one. Even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together, just like the sacred urn. The sacred urn? Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. There you are. Yo! Ms. Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was getting tired of you messing these up. This one they gave me. This one was easy. After the hard trial, they said, we're going to give him a real easy one. I think that's the first one I've ever got right. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want any more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined you were really Mask to Mask either. Ms. Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Ah, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Oh, they are cute. They're so cute. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't ya? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thanks so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Ooh, sorry, Phoenix, she's taken. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations. Oh my gosh, she's gonna get the wrong idea. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya. Oh, Pearl, it's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Oh, here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Oh, happy, happy ending. Episode 2, the Stolen Turnabout. The end. That is really nice art. Da-da-da-da. Did Maya get a job at a maid cafe? What is going... Hang on a second. What is going on here? What did I miss? Are we that bad? Are we doing that bad finance-wise that she had to pick up a second job? Come on. Third case curse. Hoping you'll enjoy it. Oh no. Yeah, the third case is usually the weird one, right? I've heard that. Oh. Is this? I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table. No! You're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw... I saw... I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Whoa. Has Phoenix been looks maxing? Has he been mewing? Why won't anyone believe me?
Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright?
This court finds the defendant guilty. I lost to Payne? No, no way. Then I refuse to accept this as fact. No, there's something nefarious going on. There's no way I lost to Payne. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. There's no way. That guy's a laughing stock. I lost to him? We'll find out next time. We'll find out next time. Yeah, maybe a dream. Yeah, a nightmare. A nightmare. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. That is so funny. We lost to Payne, bro. That's... Oh, that hurts. There better be a good explanation for this. Payne, you know, maybe Payne forged evidence. Maybe he forged evidence and we're going to get him kicked off the prosecution side for good. That's what I'm holding out hope for. No, that was funny. This was a wrong scene. This was a really long stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. It was fun. It was fun. I know parts of it were maybe a little bit rough around the edges, but alas, you live and you learn. Next time I anticipate a long stream, I bring snackies. Keep the tummy full. I'm off to make some mozzarella sticks. I love mozzarella sticks. You could say it's painful, but that was actually a good one. All right, that will do it. That will do it for a young man. Let's see. I'll have schedule out Sunday, but this was fun. This was fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, y'all. I don't know if the weather's getting nice by you guys or if it ever got bad, but by me, it's starting to get really nice. So my spring blues are starting to whisk away, which is really good. Bye, Press, bye, Citrus, bye, Hollow, bye, everybody, VOD watchers, everyone who was in here before, whether you're just waking up in the morning, stopping by on your lunch break, settling in after dinner. At this point, you should probably be heading to bed. Thanks for hanging out and having a cup of coffee with me, and I will see ya in the next one. See ya!